You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Sorry, I was putting some, linking up some streams on various platforms. Actually, I forgot the hardcore server, didn't I? Let me get the hardcore server. The grind continues, and it is a grind, man. So caster, it's destroyer. These guys actually are pretty hard to see. A little laggy. Wow, I've killed quite a few of these guys and I haven't gotten a single ear yet. Hey, what's up, Seraphic? How you doing? Hey, if I watch you live. Yeah, I was busy yesterday. Very busy yesterday. Oh, here's the Wind Chaser. Actually, we'll put a Devo against the Wind Chaser, against the two-hand weapon wielding destroyer. Hey, Reptilian.
Kiss your ass goodbye.
Not as good time as I'd like to make, but thank you. I didn't get to play yesterday. I didn't get to play yesterday hardly at all, so.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
But I'm off the next 2 weeks, so. I'm off the next 2 weeks. So we should be able to get lots of good leveling in. How much mana? Oh, I got plenty of mana drink. Plenty of the mana drink. My weapon's really old, but I actually have a level 38 epic mace waiting for me when I hit 38, so I just try and get to 30 as fast as I can. Then we can grab the, you know, the epic one-hand mace that actually gives you 100 armor. And has a 2.1 attack speed, so it's good attack speed for a Paladin. It's amazing how much damage Fiery Enchant does, right? Like, if you look at my damage, Fiery Weapon's pulling 6.9%. That's actually pretty damn good for an enchant, especially when I'm like level 36. At lower levels, it would be, you know, obviously it drops off the higher you go, but lower levels Fiery is like amazing.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You were screwed.
Yeah, they do. Especially at low level. Low level Fiery Weapon's like really, really strong. And then, of course, like I said, it drops off as you go up, but very strong at low level.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
And I'm really kind of torn on level. I'm torn on when I get my fiery. When I get my I can't think of Flurry Axe. I kept thinking Fiery Fury, Flurry Axe. I'm really torn on what enchant to put on it because, you know, Crusader is really good for Paladins because obviously the strength's going to make you do more damage. It's going to make you, you know, mitigate more damage when you block. But honestly, you know, I think lifestealing is actually even better. Lifestealing is going to really return quite a bit of health. And as a tank, especially one who likes to pull lots of big pulls. So I'm really torn. I don't really know which one's better. And actually, I have not been able to find someone on the server who can do lifestealing. I have asked. You know, as a lazy tank, you go with Weapon Chain. Yeah, Weapon Chain's not bad. I don't really worry about getting disarmed that much. Because I mean, to be honest, I don't get disarmed very often. Maybe in, you know, and I don't really plan on doing like high-end raids with a Protection Paladin because it just doesn't really work that well. Like, the highest I would go with a Protection Paladin might be Zul'Garub, you know? I wouldn't do like MC or anything as a Protection Paladin. I still think it would work very well. I mean, you could certainly try it, and if you had really good gear and a really good geared group, I'm sure you could do it, but the goal of this character is to do all the, you know, LBRS and UBRS, Skolo and all that stuff. So I'm not sure yet on whether I'm going to go with Crusader or Lifesteal. I'll probably go with Lifesteal first just to test it out and just look at the percentage of healing it's doing, like how much healing is it actually going to be giving me. And we could look. Right, we can look. I've got, let's see. So let me take a look. We might be able to get a kind of an idea, like how much healing lifestealing can do. It does a lot. Just log out real quick so I can watch this other video for a second. So you can see, all right. So I'm using KTM here to track my healing. So let's take a look. So right now I've got lifestealing on this weapon, but we're going to be getting 30 healing coming from every lifesteal. So let's just watch this fight. Okay, Seal of Light, heal, Judgment. So the 30, right? That's lifesteal. So 30, we got 1, 2, that's 60. You know, there's 90, so we've already healed 90 health in just this fight. There's another one, 120. $150. So, in that fight, we healed for 150 health, which is, you know, it's something, right? Like my character has 3,380 health here at level 56, and I healed for 150. Let's see, I think I'd do another fight here. Now, so the difference is if you had Crusader, I mean, maybe Crusader would proc and we'd maybe do a little bit of damage. You know, we'd be able to block. I mean, how many blocks? We're going to be doing a lot of blocking, though. So Crusader could be... It'd be interesting to see how much 100 strength adds to the mitigation of my shield block. That would be what we'd really want to know. So here, 30. We got 30 health. 60. 90. Keep in mind, I'm not using the Flurry Axe here, so I'm going to be getting more procs with Flurry, probably with Flurry, and with Reckoning as well, because I'll be, you know, it's PROT Reckoning. So there's 120, 150. So again, 150 health. Keep in mind that with a Flurry Axe and with Reckoning, although this character I'm sure has Reckoning, we will be procking probably a few more heals, but still, I think 150 health is pretty decent. Yeah, but I don't know. It's just hard to say. I don't know if Crusader's gonna increase my DPS, which increases my threat. It's gonna increase my mitigation because of shield block. I think Crusader might be better, but man, it's kind of like I just don't know. I just don't know. Caster. Wow. He must have called out or something because he aggroed both the Wind Chasers there, which are both casters, so. Ooh, nice little bit of lag there. Let's just reset these guys real quick. Yeah, you can see. Kolkar, Battlelord calls for help. I forgot that they did that. I weapon swapped to the two-hand there and got a nice judgment proc. So that was a healthy weapon swap. Another weapon swap. So it's a pretty good idea if you have a two-hand weapon. You know, I've got a two-hand weapon here, so you can actually weapon swap for your judgments if you want, and it's actually going to be pretty useful. Especially if you can pull off a crit. We can seal twist as well, or weapon. We can do some weapon twisting. I don't really want to do seal twisting on this character really, because we're not basically going red. It really isn't really worth the time. But weapon twisting, we can definitely weapon swap into the two-hand weapon if we want to. Let's test that out. I think I've got a swing timer. So you can see the swing timer here, right? So we can weapon swap right at the end. What we're trying to do is see. So the righteous tick is 16 damage, right? But if we weapon swap, it actually didn't work. 16, 16. Yeah, it's not. I think they fixed it because when I weapon swap, the swing isn't coming through. Yeah, it looked like it wasn't finishing the swing. Once I swapped it, reset the swing. Let's see if it does. Yeah, you see that? So they basically fixed that in Classic, it looks like. Which kind of sucks, actually. Like on private servers, you could definitely do that. So what you would do is, like, right before the end of my swing with my one-hand weapon, I could switch to my two-hand weapon. It would finish that one-hand weapon swing, but it would calculate the additional holy damage from the righteousness based off of the two-hand weapon that I swapped to. But it doesn't look like it's doing that here. We'll try it one more time. You can see on the right, you can see these ticks coming in at 15 damage. That's the righteous seal of righteousness additional damage. But when I swap right now, see, nothing's coming through because it's resetting the weapon swing. So you're actually losing a ton of damage by weapon swapping there. But you can switch to do the judgment because judgment's an instant cast, and so sometimes that can, especially if the mobs, it's really good when you're tanking on a protection paladin to have a really slow, high damaging two-hand weapon, because a lot of times when a mob runs from you, you don't have a taunt, but what you can do is you can weapon swap to that big, high damage two-hand weapon and instantly do your judgment. And it's going to hit a lot harder than it would if you judge with your one-hand weapon, and if you get really lucky and it crits, it could hit really big. And that's kind of your taunt, so to speak, you know. It's your mini taunt. See, he ran away, and I switched to two-hand judge, but I didn't kill him. I did 102 damage. But so that was 102 damage. That was a non-critting judgment. Let's see how much it would do with the one-hand weapon. You can see, oh, it did 98, so I don't know. Let's try it again with the two-hand weapon. Oh, well, it actually didn't look like it was judging that much. I don't know, man. Judgment should scale, though. I thought Judgment scaled. I thought it should scale with your two-hand weapon damage. Let's see. See, like here it says Seal Blood scales off haste and weapon damage. And it should be the same for all seals. 3 years ago, wow. If that's 3 years ago, so that's probably like Burning Crusade or some shit. Well, that sucks. I know for a fact that on private servers it definitely scaled, but it doesn't feel like it's scaling here. Let's just use the two-hand weapon real quick. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at the difference. When I swing, I'm getting 39 Seal of Righteousness additional damage. And when I'm using the one-hand weapon, it's not 39. It is like 18 or some shit. Let's see. Yeah, it's 15. So there's a huge difference in the additional damage from Seal of Righteousness there. I was getting 39 versus like 50 versus 16, so it's a big difference. So it makes sense that Judgment, you would think, would also be different, but it doesn't seem like it is. Judgment there was, I'm assuming, 99 damage. Yeah, here, see, Judgment of Righteous hits for 99 holy. And there it hit for now. Okay, well, I'm wrong. It looks like I'm wrong. But yeah. That's why, yeah, I was wondering that too. It is a pretty fast two-hand. So it's 3.3. And my one hand is 1.9. So it's a pretty big difference in swing speed. But if you notice the last two judgments I did, one was with the two-hand weapon, one was with the one-hand weapon. It was 99 holy damage with the one judgment, and then the last judgment I think was like 102 or something. It was very It was very similar. 97. So 99. Actually, the judgment with the two-hand was 97. The judgment with the one-hand was 99. So it really doesn't look like the judgment's being affected by weapon, which is really weird because I know in private servers it was. I'm like almost 100% sure in private servers it was. So that kind of makes weapon swapping to judge not good. Which kind of sucks, really. But they definitely changed so that you can't weapon twist. Like I can't switch here at the end because it resets my swing timer. Although actually no, it did work that time. Actually, look, it did work. Hold on a second, let me try this again. Oh, it could just be that I'm doing it too soon. Here, let's. It might be just be that I was doing it too soon. Because I haven't played around with this in a while, so. Here, let's see. Now I'm still seeing 16, 15, 16. I'm still not getting it. Yeah, it's still seeming either. Yeah, that time it reset. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not working. Hold on a second. My right just fell off though. It's possible, but I've done it before. I thought I had done it before on Classic WoW. $16, right? 16, 16. Yeah, I can't get it, man. There, I got it. 39. You see that? 39. So it looks like maybe I can do it, but it's like the window is infinitesimal. It's like really small. You know what I mean? Oh, I got it. Yes, you can't do it. It's just really hard. It's just really hard. Yeah, so hard that it's not really worth. I mean, in my opinion, unless I mean, I don't. It might not even be worth doing because it's just really difficult. Yeah, I'm not getting it. You can see it's like. Yeah, well, that time I was late. Oh, I got it that time. Oh, wait a minute. So, wait. So it looks like you have to swap almost after this hits 0. Let's try it. It looked like if I swap like after it hits 0. Normally you would swap like within the last 0.3 seconds, like when the swing timer is going down. But it looks like almost like I have to wait for it to hit 0 and then do it. Let me try that. Okay, wait for this to hit 0. Right now. Didn't get it. No. No, man, I don't know. It's too difficult. Yeah, I don't know. And I think even the one times that I don't know. It's not easy. It's too hard to do, I think. They've obviously done something. It was kind of unfortunate because now you can seal twist. Basically, you could do like you can seal twist. I think it's righteousness, and now this is only works on Season of Discovery because on not Season of Discovery, you don't really have seals that you would want to twist. It's like why would I twist between Seal of Crusader and Seal of Righteousness? But with Season of Discovery, because you have Seal of Blood or whatever it's called, and Seal of Righteousness, you can actually twist from Seal of, you can twist between those two, and you can get the benefit of the extra damage from Righteousness, plus the benefit of whatever Seal of Blood does, you know. So you could actually, because there's actually, I think S-Fan does a video on that, but I've actually tested it out, and it actually does work. But again, I wouldn't waste your time doing it unless unless you're two-hand wielding, doing like a rep build. I hate wind chasers. Yeah, unfortunate. There's a lot of stuff on private servers that actually made playing a Paladin more fun. In my opinion, like obviously the weapon twisting for 100% worked on private servers. On private servers, you could sit and automatically proc crits, which I never actually liked. I said many times in my streams that I wasn't a big fan of it, but it still is fun. I'm not going to say that it's not fun to be able to just get a proc whenever you want. It's still kind of cool to be able to do that and be like, if you're in a fight and maybe you got 3 mobs on you, you might actually choose to take a crit when you're low on health just so you can get that, get your redoubt up and get some blocks in there. And also on private servers, your Seal of Light could proc off your Righteous Tick damage, whereas here it cannot. So if I have Seal of Righteousness up and I swing, my weapon hitting the mob has a chance to proc my Seal of Light if the target, my Seal of Light heal if the target's judged with Seal of Light, but also my additional Righteous damage also had a chance to proc Seal of Light. So I could in effect get 2 heals coming back from one swing, and that worked in private servers, but it doesn't work in Classic. And I think it's kind of sucks because the Paladin is not the best tank at all in vanilla. And if that would have worked here, that just gives you more, gives you more health. It basically gives you more survivability. So it's too bad that doesn't. Yeah, you get the double wisdom procs. Yep. You could get double wisdom, double light, whatever you have judged on the target. That's another great benefit, Seraph, because if you wanted to regen your mana, you could have a chance to get double wisdom procs. So I was really like, I didn't know that was just a private server thing because I'd never played Protection Paladin that much in the original vanilla back in 2004, so I didn't even know that was just like a private server thing. And who knows, maybe it wasn't. Maybe vanilla did work that way, and it's just that when they came out with Classic WoW, they inadvertently fixed it. I'm not sure if we'll ever know, unless there's somebody who's got a really good memory. But that was one of my biggest questions going into Classic WoW. That was one of my biggest questions: is can I double proc, Seal of Light? So, and I was very sad to find that I couldn't. And in my testing with it, it basically meant the difference between, like, if I was an Ungor Creator and I was like level 55, not being able to proc those extra heals was the difference between pulling like maybe eight Raptors versus 9. With the double procs, I could pull an additional mob on my pulls, at least one additional, and so it definitely had an impact. So, oopsie, sorry. Someone's texting me. Hold on a second. Okay. Man, the grind is real though on the Paladin. It's a very grindy leveling experience when you do protection. You don't really get that good on protection until level 45, because at level 45, you're going to have Blessing of Sanctuary and you're going to have some Reckoning. And Reckoning is huge. I mean, it really increases your, not only your DPS, but it increases your survivability, because you're going to be getting additional swings, which means you're going to be getting additional effects of whatever is judged on your target, whether it's wisdom or health. So it's a huge deal. It's a big deal. And that's another reason why, because remember, it's multiplicative, right? Like, if we have Reckoning and we're proccing additional swings, that and the Seal of and the way the Seal of Light worked the way it did in private servers, each one of those additional swings gives you a chance to get a double heal. And then also, if we were using the Flurry Axe, which also gives us a chance to proc an additional swing, then that's going to, you know, give us a chance. And the other thing I really need, hey Bryn, I gotta talk to Bryn. Bryn, I really need. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, our guild leader's awesome. Like, I just told my guild leader that I really want to get the the trinket off the Emperor, right? Hey, what's up, Karam? How you doing? Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, I play a lot. I play some different games, but I like to play WoW because we're doing some hardcore stuff. I'm trying to level up this Paladin to do some hardcore tanking. He goes, I'm getting Crusader proc like 5 times every pull with double bonk. Yeah, that's true. I've actually never had Iron Foe on a Protection Paladin, and I've never had the Trinket off the Emperor as well. And the Trinket, which I believe procs additional swings as well. So let's see. Classic WoW. I don't think, well, here, I think I've got the, what is that? Atlas Loot. We just have to turn it on. Pay got the Headmaster's Charge. No freaking way. That's another super low drop. No way. So one of our priests in our guild got the Headmaster's Charge off of the boss in Undead, or what was it? Undead Strath? Yeah. Which, that's a super low rate, you know what I mean? So our guild has gotten pretty lucky with some low drop rates. So how do I do this Atlas thingy? I want to look at, here, probably some yelling in Discord. So they were all, they usually typically have a lot of people in Discord when they run the dungeons. Like, they'll be like the people that are in the group, but there's usually a few other people that come to Discord and watch, because usually a couple people will be like sharing their screen, so you can like watch watch it. So, you lost my channel like 5 months ago? Could not watch any of my streams? Carrie. Oh man, that sucks. My channel name has not changed. It's been caffeine injected ever since I created this YouTube channel. Let's see if I want to see. I'm pretty sure that the trinket. So we want to look at dungeons and raids, dungeons, Blackrock Depths. Where is it? Blackrock. Is it just called Blackrock Depths? And we want the Emperor. This one, the Hand of Justice. See, this has a 2% chance on melee hit to gain an extra attack. So that coupled with with Iron Foe, you're going to have a chance to get, you know, extra attacks. You know, you're going to have like, was it like 3% chance every time you swing to get like an additional attack? I'm not sure what Iron Foe is. It might be 2%. Well, here, let's look. Let's just look. Oh, so chance on hit grants 2 extra attacks. So this coupled with a trinket, I mean, holy cow. Like if they both procced, you'd get 3 extra attacks. Can you imagine swinging once and it'd be like swinging 4 times? That would just be like insane. The Baconator. So I've never got the chance to really push the Protection Paladin. To really get that type of gear on this character. I've always just had like the Flurry Axe with Skullflame Shield. And so that'll be cool because this guild, like I said, this guild leader is really awesome. He like really helps people get the gear that they want, you know? I mean, he's constantly running, like, and he orchestrates the run. So he gets on the guild and he's like, who needs what? Let's go. You know, what gear does people need? Like when people hit 60, he's like orchestrating runs. Let's get all the new 60s in BRD. Let's get all the new 60s in LBRS. You know, let's get everybody geared up. So he's been one of the best guild leaders I've ever played with. I think once I get to like level 40, I should be able to just start tanking SM like over and over again. Like I'm hoping that I'll be able to just start posting in the general, you know. Although I'm a little concerned about doing it with people I don't know, but I might even be able to do it in the guild. Just post in the guild and say, hey, I'm tanking SM full run. Who wants to go, you know? I am gonna have to talent. I may have to talent point into. I don't want to talent point into Proof Righteous Free, but we may do it temporarily, just for tanking. And then once we get past running certain dungeons, I may switch out of that respec. We'll see. Ooh, this could get spicy.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
This could get very spicy. So let's just run to a spot where we know we're not going to get any additional mobs. Probably just use a healing potion here. Let's find it. We'll see. Ah, no, we're doing fine.
You were screwed.
I think I've got a low-level healing potion. We'll just get rid of it. Need to clear it out.
Need
to clear it out of my inventory anyway. Gotta get that warden staff, Bryn. And Bryn's like, the guild leader's like, because he's got a druid that was about the same level as me, but I think his druid's like level 31 and I'm like 36. And he's like, my druid, he's like, I can't level him. He goes like, but I hate doing, he goes, but I just like doing quests as much as you do. And I'm like, man, I hate questing. I just force myself to do it because it's the fastest way to level, you know? But I don't like doing it. I'd rather run a dungeon than quest. Give me the ear. No ear. What I really want is to get my blacksmithing completely maxed, and then actually go do engineering. But to get my blacksmithing maxed will take a while. You know, there's leveling blacksmithing is pretty slow. Not to mention I haven't even got to where I can mine thorium yet. You know, so there's that as well. There's my ear. And then we're also just 4 levels away from getting our mount, which will be nice. Yeah, pretty much. I think so. Unless my wife kicks me off the computer. Unless she needs me to do something else. You clear your schedule. I don't think I'm that exciting to watch, Seraphic. I'm hoping to play it, like, most of the day, yeah. Hoping. But like I said, it depends on how my wife's doing. Just leveling up my two-hand sword skill a little bit. Because it's really low. But it's getting higher. Need some scorpions. Still trying to level up that two-hand weapon skill. I try to keep some two-hand weapons as high as I can skill-wise so we can weapon swap when we want. I like to kill the buzzards out here because for the buzzard wings, for the quest in the Badlands, it's nice to go ahead and try to get all those buzzard wings together, so when we go to the Badlands we can just turn that quest in.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Inventory is full. Really? We're going back to town anyway. I don't know, that's a lot. I want to pull those guys, but that's like 6. It's like 6 mobs. I still want to pull them. 31. We got this. We got this. Oh yeah, these guys are nothing. They're weak. They're super weak. They got like no health. Look at their they're like super weak. You can't get much weaker than that. Oh no. And I was worried for nothing. I thought like, man, 6 mobs, but man, they're super weak. I remember them being weak. I didn't remember them being that weak. Oh, I can't weapon swap because I have too many. Inventory's full. I was trying to weapon swap and it wasn't letting me. more scorpions. This one. Nice. Hey, what's up, Laser? How's it going? For what, 15 minutes are left of it? Well, it is... What time is it? Oh, yeah, it's 11:44 here. So... Yeah, 15 minutes until noon, I guess. Yeah. It's time to clean your desk again. Yeah, I need to clean my desk off. I've got like a couple empty water bottles. I literally have 4 Mexican bottles, bottled Cokes, empty bottles on my desk. That's from 3 days. 3 days though. I usually drink 2 sodas a day. And yesterday I had more though, because I was at the in-laws. We were there for my wife's mother's. My wife's father's brother's wife's birthday. It's so weird because my family's so tiny, but on my wife's side, their family's just huge. Your soda consumption goes through the roof. Come on, we need more venom. You've got the next week off. Getting a full redo. Oh, nice, Reptilian. I've got the next 2 weeks off. I did throw away one of the dog kennels today, and then I threw away... What did I throw away yesterday? I threw another big item. Oh, I threw one of our TVs away. My 55-inch TV went bad, so I bought a new 55-inch TV. I bought a new Sony. It should be coming on Friday. And my 42-inch TV that is kind of, it's not going bad, but it's always been, it just always seems to have trouble with the Wi-Fi connection. Like, I have to like reboot it a lot, which is really annoying, but I'll try not to buy a new 42-inch TV. Yeah, it's just a 4K 50. This is a cheap, well, I don't want to say it's cheap, but I'm not really big into super high quality TVs, you know? Because they're pretty expensive, you know. 4K is fine. It's just a 4K 55-inch Sony, yeah. Nothing super amazing, but it's a solid TV. I'm not like my boss's boss at work who's already bought like 8K TVs. I'm like, what am I going to do with an 8K TV? Who's even streaming an 8K? You know, I'm just like... Yeah, I don't think there is either, but that some people still will buy just because they can say, I've got an 8K TV. I'm like, well, wow, what's the purpose? Yeah, you know, I just bought, actually I did some research, you know, I always research stuff before I buy it, and, yeah, let's see. Ah, nice. I bought this one right here. I bought this Sony X77L. It's funny, it only got 4.2 stars, but what's funny, one thing I learned about TVs. And the reason it gets 4.2 stars is because people compare when they look at TVs, they're looking at the picture quality of the TV, and they can't help but look at it versus other TVs that are like an OLED display that's like, 2 to 3 times the price. You know what I mean? They'll be like, oh yeah, the picture's great, but it's not as good as it could be. I'm like, yeah, because it's not an OLED TV, right? If you compare that Sony 4K 55-inch TV versus all other major brands that are making 4K 55-inch TVs, it's one of the best ones. But if you try to compare it against like an OLED display, that has better technology and a higher quality, of course it's not going to look as good. So when you look at the reviews on Amazon for TVs, you have to take that into account. It's not like looking for reviews on a mouse, for example. It's like, so there's, people, how people are stupid. They can't help but be like, Well, I actually almost got the LG. I'm a huge fan. Here's the thing, Laser. I'm a huge fan of LG. And when I say huge fan of LG, I mean all my monitors are LG. At my desk right now I'm sitting at, Laser, I've got two 32-inch LGs, right? And I've got a 27-inch LG on my desk right now. So I'm a huge fan of LG. But I did a lot of research on LG TVs, and in that bracket, in that segment, like 4K 55-inch, like fairly inexpensive TVs around $500, $600, I found that the Sony, and I watched a direct comparison of the LG that I was looking at purchasing versus the Sony, and I watched a direct comparison, and I could see in the video when the guy was comparing the picture that the Sony had a better picture. It's just the colors were better, the contrast was better, and that's really what sold me on the Sony over the LG, was when I looked at a direct comparison versus the LG that I was thinking about getting. The Sony, actually, the picture looked better. Especially, he did this really cool thing where he had an image of like a car. Let's see if I can find it really quick. This one. So I was actually looking at the LG UR9000. This guy did a direct comparison between these two TVs, and one thing that really stood out to me was, this was one of the pictures that kind of stood out. Let me log out real quick because I don't want to die while I'm looking at this. It's just a dual monitor setup. I stream with the two 32-inch monitors. The other monitor is actually set to my right, is set up with my laptop. So I have a laptop to my right with a 27-inch. That's for work, for programming. And then in front of me, I've got the two 32 inches, which is what I use for playing games and streaming. But if you look at this picture here, what really struck me about this picture, and the one on the left is the LG, the one on the right is the Sony, is really was the Sony looked crisper. Like if you look at the wheels here, I mean, you can see that the lines seem crisper. It seems more blurry over here, and even just the reflection in the window of the car here versus the reflection here seems more just blurry, for lack of a better word. It just seems a little cleaner, a little crisp here. So I liked. And I liked some of the things I saw here. I liked, but this, even the darkness, like the colors, like the black seems more black. Notice the black of the hood versus the black here. See how it seems almost like pixelated, or I don't know how to say it, but just the image on the right is clearly superior to the image on the left. And that was one of the things that kind of was the deciding factor for me. And then if you look at, I think there was another one. If you look at this image here too, I can see a little bit more clarity and crispness. Just a little bit more crispness in the feathers. A little bit more separation. The shadows in the feathers are a little bit better. So it's a subject of all. Well, I guess to you, but to me, I guess it just depends on what you're looking for. Even on this image here, you can see the colors in the background seem a little bit more vibrant, a little bit clearer. I don't know how you can. Well, I guess it's subjective, because to me, this has better separation of shadows than this does. There's less shadows going through the feathers here than there are here, and yeah, so I guess it is subjective, but same thing with this image here. You can see the color tones of the flesh here of the guy's face. This is way more blurry. It's more blurry here. It's cleaner. This image here is definitely cleaner than this. This is more blurry. The colors look better on this side. The person's head stands out against the background on this image more than it does on this one. So Yeah. Yeah, I guess it just has to do with your eyes, but yeah, this one on the to me this I guess it's subjective, but to me this one on the right looks way better. I don't think there's any comparison here. Um, this one this one's pretty similar. I mean, they're pretty similar. There's not enough of a difference. Here the biggest really is just if you look at where the white on the windshield here, right here where it kind of goes to more to the dark, you can see this is more blended. So it just depends on your preference. It's really a preference thing. Yeah. It's really just a preference thing, but for me, in every single image, I thought the Sony looked better. But again, there is a lot of subjectiveness to that. But they're very close. Those TVs were very close in price. The LG had more features, though. I will say the LG, like the remote, had more features and stuff. But whatever. I shouldn't have showed you guys. I don't need you telling me. Don't make me feel bad about my purchase. Thanks a lot, Laser. Well, we'll find out. I ordered the Sony, but I'm a huge fan of LG, so maybe I'll live to regret it. Who knows? But maybe I'll live to regret it. But I am a very, very big LG fan. I would say the last 3 monitors I've bought for my computer have all been LGs. I've been using LGs for probably the past about 10 years. So I am a super huge LG fan. So. And I was like, when I started, yeah, the tuning can make a difference too. When I started buying, looking for a TV to replace the one that died, I actually, in my mind, I was like 99% sure that my new TV was going to be an LG TV, like because I'm just like, oh, I'm going LG. A lot of the reasons I like LGs not only is because they're good quality products, but also because they last. Like, I have never had an LG product go bad on me. Like all the monitors I've ever bought. And I've bought I think 2 LG TVs. I've bought about 5. I think I bought like 5 LG monitors and about 2 LG TVs, and I don't think any of them have ever gone bad. But yeah, they're both decent TVs. I didn't want to spend too much money because, I'm not going to spend a ton of money on a TV until I get like a house that I know I'm not moving out of for the rest of my life or something. I don't want to spend a lot of money for like a super expensive TV that I got to carry around when I move and stuff. And plus, I'm not a huge TV person. I don't watch a ton of TV. I watch way more television shows on my computer monitors than I ever do on the TV.
Be careful.
I'm sitting in my office watching. A lot of times when I'm playing a game on one monitor, I'll be playing the game, and if I'm not streaming on the other monitor, I might be watching, like some sort of show or something. I got to clean my inventory out. Yeah, but that is interesting that for the car picture, I thought it was clearly a better image on the right. But I could see where it comes down to the blending of the image, Like, oh man, my inventory is a nightmare.
Open for business. See you around.
Was it soulbound? Yeah, I guess it's soulbound. What else we got? I have so many bankers. It's ridiculous.
You need something? Safe travels.
Suck it up and just spend the crap. Yeah, well, I've entered some of it. All right, I'm just gonna take like a 2-minute break, just a quick break I want to say hi to my wife and I'm at just a bathroom break too. I'll be right back. Quick bio. All right. Yeah, I have these. I should have sold these things. Oh well. Oh well. Eggnog in your Lipton tea? That sounds kind of gross. I can't think of eggnog in a tea, but eggnog does taste good though. My dad for Christmas used to always bring over eggnog, and I'm trying to remember what liquor he put liquor in it though. Like I think I'm trying to think of that liquor, certain type of liquor. Frangelica, I think. Yeah, I think it was Frangelica and eggnog.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Still trying to raise up my two-hand weapon skill. Someone used a target dummy here. I don't see any corpses though, so I guess they lived. Ah, of course he comes up behind me right as I start to drink. Yeah. I hit Hodge, but because I was in the middle of casting something, she didn't do it.
What brings you here? Del Nadris.
You've upgraded your GPU from Radeon to a CT100 XT? Oh, that's nice. That's that's a pretty good upgrade. Yeah, I know you've got that one nice TV, that nice monitor. Yeah, you're making me feel bad about my Sony, but Sony's a good TV, though. They make good TVs. But yeah, I am a big fan of LG, so we'll see. We'll see how the TV works. I hope it works out. I hope it doesn't, you know... As long as I get like 4 or 5 years out of a TV, I'm pretty happy. But that last TV I got, maybe 5 years would be good. You know, 5 years out of the TV would be decent. Because by then, you know, it's just like anything else. The technology is going to be so much better. You might have to. I mean, it's 90 degrees is a little high, yeah. I don't know what mine's running at. I know I used to have some utility installed on here where I could test it, but I don't know if I still do. Where we could check my... But I'm not seeing it. I might have uninstalled it because I was trying to clear up some space. Why? What is this? Rising 3D. Yeah, I didn't think that was on there. Yeah, I had a monitor on here, but I think I might have uninstalled it. I can't remember what the software was I was using, but I definitely had some software in here that would check the temperatures. Yeah, I must have removed it. Hey, what's up, Steph? Yeah, I mean, the add-ons are pretty basic. You know, I mean, we can get rid of Atlas Loot. I don't really use Atlas that much. I only ever turn that on like once in a while if I'm just trying to check on a specific item. Oh, is it? Oh, so it's good software then. HW monitor, yeah, because the CPU ID is decent stuff. But yeah, I mean, the biggest add-on stuff is the complete like overhaul of the user interface is really just the Guild Wars 2 UI. So you're gonna want to grab the Guild Wars 2 UI. But then outside of that, I use, you know, you can see my scrolling combat text here on the right and left. That's, you know, and how it says combat ended here. That's all kind of set up with MSBT, mixed scrolling battle text. You know, and with mixed scrolling battle text, I can configure the scroll areas. So we got the notifications coming up here, we got the outgoing damage, the incoming damage to me here, and then of course static. You know, that sets that stuff up. So you can see the outgoing damage scrolls. My damage I'm doing to my target's going to scroll here, damage coming to me is here, notifications up here. I've customized the text, so like when it says out of combat, you can customize the fonts, you can customize the text, you can add audio alerts and triggers and all that stuff in MSBT, which I actually use all of that actually. But the Guild Wars 2 UI is the kind of the HUD replacement. And it's really, really good. So, I mean, you can customize the HUD, move things around. You can scale. Not everything's scalable, but a lot of it is scalable. I can move my minimap around. You know, there's a lot of things you can do with the Guild Wars 2 UI. Oops, I didn't want to hit save reload. Yeah, the bag add-on is part of. It's part of Guild Wars 2. This is part of the Guild Wars 2 UI, and it's really good because it'll automatically sell junk automatically. It'll automatically repair my gear whenever I talk to like a person who can repair my gear. I can separate the bags here if I want. I can scale, right? I can scale this if I want, right? I mean, there's some other options like show item level, show junk on, reverse bag order. I can just, if I want to, click this button here and it'll sort and clean up the bag, which I don't want to do because I have this laid out the way I want. But I mean, you can definitely do that. So. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Guild Wars 2 UI is it's very non-buggy. I have very few. I mean, every once in a while there'll be an issue, but it's usually minor, very minor. Oh yeah, it does a lot of stuff. But I also couple that, like you see the nameplate, like the enemy nameplate here. That's neat plates. So, right. So if you go to my add-ons. I'm using Auctionator for auctions. I'm using Buffwatch Classic. I hate yelling over the music. I'm using Buffwatch Classic, which just tracks buffs. It's good for like when I'm buffing people in like a 5-man group. It just keeps track of which ones I have up, and I can just when it turns red, meaning the buff's dropped off them, I can just left click it and it'll recast the buff. I use Gather, which is just for gathering herbs and stuff. That's Gather Mate 2. Guild Wars 2 is the HUD replacement, which is just amazing. There's other things about it that's really cool. Like all the windows most of the windows get replaced. Like here's my character window. Here's my reputation frame. You can also, just like you could in regular WoW, you can click on one of these and you can say shows experience bar inactive. You've got your talent tree here. Cool. You've got your spells. The cool thing about the spells, it shows future spells. So I can go here and say, okay, at level 38, I'm going to be able to train these things. Level 40, I can train these things. So that's really good. It shows stuff that's available. I mean, most of this stuff I've already... It's a little buggy on the available sometimes. But, like, obviously, Redemption I don't learn because, I can't res anybody because it's hardcore. If they die, they're dead. So there's no sense learning that. You know, here's the different holy retribution paladin trees. Like I said, there's the bags. Let's see what else is there. You know, the friends list is not skinned. Some of the things aren't going to be skinned. Like if you have a pet, you have a pet window. Here, let's see what else we got. A few things like the guild and the raid, these things aren't skinned. You can turn certain skins on and off too. Like if you go to the guild war UI, you can go here. There's tons of settings in here you can change, right? There's tons of options. You can change like how many buffs you want to show up here. You can change. There's actually one thing that's really funny is you actually have a bar here that tracks a certain ability. So if you wanted to track like the cooldown of like your, like for example on my hunter like frost traps, I can set up this yellow bar to be a tracker that tracks the cooldown of that skill, and that I believe is set up under here. It's the dodge bar. So if I wanted to track, for example, let's say judgment. Let's say I wanted to track judgment. Let's see if I've got this set up correctly. I don't know if I have my ID add-on installed. I don't. ID tip, this one. I've changed hardcore experience. Oh yeah, so now if I go to my spells, right? And I go to, where's my spells here? And I want to find out what judgment is. Where is it? Okay, so the spell ID is 20,271. So 2271. So now I can go 2271. And here I think, and I can type in 2271 judgment, and I'm not gonna save. I don't. Now if I use this ability, it should. Now you can see this bar down here is tracking the cooldown of judgment. See that? So that's kind of a fun little feature that's in the UI. If you ever want to have like this track like a super important cooldown, you can, which is kind of funny. Of course, in Guild Wars 2, this is your dodge bar. This is always just your dodge roll, because in Guild Wars 2, every class has a dodge roll. So that's what that is, you know. But again, I use ID tip to see the IDs of spells. I use an add-on called ID tip. Where is that? It's right here, this one. Just adds various IDs to tooltips. But I use mixed scrolling battle text, which is super awesome. I use neat plates for my enemy nameplates. You can see that. And I use OPI. I'll show you that in a minute. I use OmniCC, which shows the cooldown of abilities. Like, let's see, I've got one. Like, see there? See this? Now, you can turn on the cooldowns of abilities in the default Blizzard UI, but the font and the text isn't as visible as this one. So I still use OmniCC because I like the way it looks better. And I use Questy. I use Recount for damage meters down here. And then I use Threat Classic, which if I'm tanking, it's pretty nice to know. It just shows threat. It doesn't show unless I'm in combat. So if I go up here, here's the threat right here. But since I'm the only one in the group, I have 100% threat, so that just shows up in combat. I use Vendor Price, which just shows the value of items. Here it says sell price 87 copper. That's vendor price. And then I use weak auras. And as you can see here, this is a weak aura right here that's bouncing up and down, telling me my seal of wisdom is, or my blessing wisdom is dropped off. So that's a weak aura. That's about it. That's all my add-ons. And yeah, and then OPI. OPI is like a circle menu. This is OPI. You can configure it for various things. You know, actually, I'm not real a big fan of using my markers on OPI, but it's what I have right now because it's kind of slow. Like here, if I wanted to mark this guy, I would just go skull or bring up OPI, and I could say, oh, condom, you know, whatever. I can change these fairly quickly, but it's not as quick as I would like. I would much rather be able to just target someone and hit a certain key, but that's something I just have to, I'm going to have to set up later. And then, of course, I use it for my professions. But yeah, that's most of my add-ons. That's it. I don't use a ton. I don't think you really need a lot of add-ons. I mean, the Guild Wars 2 UI covers a lot of stuff, you know. Yeah, it's called OPI. OPI, yep. Oh, it's OPIE. You can think of it as OP. OP. I call it OPI. It's that. It's pretty easy to use. You just go in, go to options, add-ons. Actually, just type in OPI /OPIE. you know, you can go into your rings. These are the bindings for the rings, and you right now, like by default, you've got auras, aspects. So this is my auras. Really good for auras, you know, because you can just switch to, you know. The nice thing about this is because paladins have a lot of stuff, right? Like paladins have a lot of auras. I don't know why. Actually, we need to modify this because I've got a couple new auras that I haven't put on here. So it's a good thing we looked at this. So if we go into here, we can go into custom. We can go into ring bindings, custom rings, and we want to select auras. Okay, and we just want to go in here and we want to add to this list because we have some other auras that haven't added. We got shadow resistance aura and we have fire resistance aura that haven't been added. So we just got to find them. But you can throw a lot of stuff on these. Where's my fire resist? Here. Okay. And now when I open it up, you can see we've got fire resist, shadow resist, right? What's nice about that is as a paladin, each one of those auras is a keybind. So like normally, like I used, and I still have them keybound, like right now, shadow resist, right? Retribution. So I still have these keybound to other keys, but because I'm so used to doing it that way. But when you have a lot of auras, it's really useful to be able to just throw them all up here, right? Because you can actually we can reclaim all of those key bindings. Same thing with here. You know, I don't ever keybind professions, obviously. Markers, again, it's nice to be able to do them in OPI, but it's kind of slow because you've got to select the market. You got to select who you're going to mark, and then you got to hit the key, you know, and then throw it up, you know. Sometimes if it's easier if you're just auto, like if you like auto run, and then you just can move around. You like I'm like auto running here, and then I could select somebody, and then I just hit like a key, like F1 or F2 or F3 is what I used to use for marks, and that would be a little bit easier because I could jump up there, hit the key, and keep moving. Like I could be like, you know, I could like mark this guy, jump forward, mark him with something, be flying through the air, and before I land, I'm done marking him, and I'm off moving again. But I can't really do that with OPI. It's too difficult. I got to jump, boom. You know, it's you know, it's pretty tough because you have to bring up the menu, hover, get the pointer here pointing to the right direction, and then you just release. So I'm holding down F2, and then when I get to pointing towards the one I want, I release F2. So it's a little bit more involved than just hitting like a keybind, like, you know, like just selecting and hitting like F3, you know, it's a little bit more involved. So I do plan on probably changing that at some point because I don't think it's optimal. But for everything else, you know, if I wanted, you know, it's fine, you know. Yeah, so. Yeah, for raiding, it'd be a little too slow. WMP? What is WMP? What's WMP? Oh, Windows Media Player. Oh yeah, sometimes I'll play. I have music playlists on Windows Media Player. So it serves them well. That's cool. Yeah, I'll use Windows Media Player just to play like some. Most of the music I play when I'm streaming is either going through a YouTube playlist or through a Windows Media Player playlist. It does the job. I don't need any fancy bells and whistles, man. I just need to play the playlist. Oh yeah, I don't use Spotify. It's just like, yeah, but Spotify's like a paid service. I think they have a free version too, but I freaking hate. I don't like Spotify. I don't like what. Yeah, I don't like either app. I don't need them. Right? Like, why, you know, like if I'm, like, right? Like if I go here and go to my channel, right? These are all playlists. Like right here, like playlist. Look. Playlist, music playlist, music playlist, music playlist. So usually if I'm going to play music, it's either going to be a YouTube music playlist or it's going to be a Windows Media Player playlist. I don't bother with Spotify and all that bullshit. I don't want to see their stupid ads. I don't want them to message me, notify me, nothing. Yeah, I have Throne of Liberty too. I was playing Throne of Liberty yesterday. It was just a little bit. Not a lot, but Throne of Liberty is a really good game, and I am torn because I can play Throne of Liberty if I want. So I'm a little bit torn because I want to play it, but I also want to play this. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Steph. Thank you. Yeah, but I am torn between Throne of Liberty. I mean, I haven't played it enough to really give my final judgment. I think so far it's pretty good. I think the combat's not great, but it's not bad. It's not great though. The things I like about it, the world's really nice. The world's really beautiful.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
The world's really beautiful. The movement of the character is really smooth. You know, the movement's really smooth. All the movement's smooth. Just moving through the world, navigating, jumping over fences, jumping on tops of. You know, the jumping's pretty good, and it's one of those weird things in MMOs that I like to look at that probably a lot of people don't care about as much, maybe. But just the ability to navigate terrain, like the ability to jump up on top of boxes, fences, hay barrels, you know, things like that that are in the world that exist. If my character can climb them and get on top of them, that just makes the world feel more realistic, as opposed to having. I don't ever want to see like invisible barriers or have hitboxes or colliders set up in such a way that, you know, if I move up to something like this, my character can only get like so close before they run into some sort of visible like barrier. You know, WoW's really good in that there is no like barrier. You can literally just walk up to this barrel, and then once you get close enough to it, you start to actually climb it, which this is good. I mean, it makes it feel, you know, more realistic. And I think I would say that Throne of Liberty does a pretty good job of that. You know, you can actually climb up on most things pretty well, and you know, Black Desert's another game that does a good job of that. And so thanks, Steph. But yeah, I mean, I haven't played it a ton. I probably played a couple hours of Throne of Liberty. I was watching a video by, you know, one of my YouTubers that I do like, and I don't really watch a lot of YouTubers play games. You know, I might watch a YouTuber talk about a game and, you know, give his review. But one guy that I do like a lot is I like Kanan. If you've ever seen his channel. I like this guy's channel a lot. He's cool. He did a video just this video was done just one day ago, and this was them doing a really large battle. So it was pretty interesting to take a look at kind of how this played out. You know, there's a lot of people fighting, and look, he's like changing his abilities in the middle of combat, which is pretty funny. You know, look at his face. He looks so intent. He looks so focused, right? But you can see a pretty large scale battle, which is pretty interesting to see, like what kind of lag and stuff. But I'm really having fun playing hardcore WoW, so. You know, I mean, I'm really enjoying playing hardcore, and I've got a really, really, really good guild. Like the guild here, the guild leader is really nice, and people like are really nice in the guild, and you know, we're all trying to just progress our characters to get pre-raid bis gear and see if we can maybe do some raiding at some point. So it's been really fun. So. I'm on Skull Rock. Unfortunately, Season of Discovery really impacted, you know, hardcore servers. Because a lot of people are playing Season of Discovery, so the hardcore servers really took a big hit to the population. But there's still enough people here playing that, you know. I mean, all you have to do is you just join this guild, because like I said, this is a really good guild, so. Where's my new Skyrim? Here it is. You think it's perfect population? It's a good population. I would like to see more people on this hardcore server, but I still feel like there's enough that, you know, there's enough that you can play on it, but I would definitely like to see more people here. I'm hoping that people who've played Season 7 get tired of it or don't like it and come back and play hardcore. But, you know, so... Oh, are you on Defiance Pillager? Yeah, a lot of people on Pillager. When I created my character, Pillager was so crowded. I just came to Skullrock because it wasn't so damn crowded. Plus, if I remember correctly, isn't Pillager like the streamer server? But I don't. That's probably not as big an issue now because I'm not sure how many streamers are still playing. There's some. I think Gazu or whatever his name is, Gazu. I think he's still playing. But I gotta do this escort quest here, so let's clear this out as fast as possible so they don't get the respawns. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of the streamers are probably playing SOD. SOD is just, I don't like it. I didn't like SOD, straight up. I played it and didn't like it. And there's several reasons for that. I mean, I think SOD, if you're looking for like some kind of gimmicky version of WoW where I just didn't like it. I didn't like how the glyphs were really acquired. I thought the questing for it was kind of lame and boring, and I don't know. I wasn't a fan. Just wasn't a fan of SOD. I mean, I think we've played World of Warcraft long enough that if you just go into WoW and try to just add quests that aren't really well written, it doesn't really do a whole lot. There's not a lot of staying power though. Majority of the pop is on Alliance. You mean on Well, I tried, yeah, there was a lot of PvP on SOD in Ashenvale, and I did a lot of PvP. I didn't do a lot of PvP, but I did some PvP, and it was funny. I was on a hunter. It was alright. I enjoyed the PvP, and I thought the PvP was going to be really cool for the event, but the event turned out, to me, in my opinion, to be incredibly boring. And the Horde had a pretty significant advantage with multiple flight paths, but I guess the Alliance still win, but I don't think they win as much as the... Well, when I was doing it, I did the event, the Horde always won, so... But I guess that's not always the case. Caprica. The TV show? I'm not sure. The only Caprica I know is the TV show. Shit. The Battlestar Galactica show. You're probably talking about something else, maybe? And I never really watched Caprica, the TV show. Yeah, no, I never watched it. I mean, I think maybe I watched like one episode. I wasn't really happy with what they did. The Battlestar Galactica show like started off good, but I didn't really. I don't know. I still never finished that Battlestar Galactica show with the female Starbuck and all that. And I watched maybe a season of it. I thought they could have done a lot better job, to be honest, of that show than they did. But I mean, you got large steps to fill, man. Battlestar Galactica was one of my favorite shows from back in the day. Oh, if you ever died, you're banned from the game permanently? That's a little bit harsh.
I am honored. Good luck, friend.
That's kind of harsh.
Hello.
Oh, I mean, the remake is... I mean, come on, the technology, right? But there were episodes on the original that I thought were better than any episodes we had on the remake. I thought there was a lot of flaws with the remake. And there was a lot of bad acting on the remake too. They're so different. It's hard to compare the two because it's completely different time. You know, it's very difficult to make a show, especially a sci-fi show, where the technology comes into play so much because of the nature of the type of content. You know, I think a lot of people would think the new show's better, but just based on, but I think they're really being swayed by the technology. You know, the visuals, the special effects. But how really good was the story displayed? You know what I mean? Yeah, probably because the technology, like, so different. It's so old, you know what I mean? It doesn't really date that well, you know what I mean? But the story, see, I read the comic books. I read the Battlestar Galactica comic books before they're, you know... Of course, I think the show was first, right? The show came out. The comic books were actually pretty good. But, yeah, the story of the Cylons and the whole story of, like, Earth and how they did it in the original show was really good. I'd have to go back and watch the new show, but the new show was okay. Having Starbuck as a female didn't really work for me that well. You know what I mean? Having Starbuck as a female, I didn't... I mean, I thought it was cool in the beginning, but it just kind of was like, meh. Meh, you know? Even though I like Sedgwick as an actress, I think she's good.
How may
But-
I help?
But it's hard to judge. Like I said, they're so different. You know, they're completely different.
What brings you here?
Did she? I don't think I ever got the quest. Like, is it just me? I don't think I ever got the quest. Like, did you see that? Like, I don't think... Did I ever get it? Oh, I guess I did. Okay. It was weird. I guess the turn-in's back in camp. Okay. That was weird. H. Kodo hide. I guess we should go back to camp, because I think maybe... Maybe? I can't remember when we get the light. Oh, maybe it's not that one. We have a couple quests over here to turn in. I can't remember if there's a follow-up for this quest or not. Cisco from DS9. Cisco. God. Don't go down. I like DS9, but Cisco was annoying. You want to talk about overacting? Cisco was like... They really pulled a lot of original Star Trek James Kirk and put it into Cisco. You know? If I could just save the day. You know, Cisco actually talked like that sometimes. Just like the old James T. Kirk. You know what I mean? Cisco was okay. I didn't... You know, he was okay. I thought Janeway... I mean, Janeway to me was probably... I know, I like Janeway. I thought Janeway was probably the best captain of them all. I really thought Janeway was probably the best Star Trek captain. Although, Penis Head was pretty good. Yeah, Penis Head was pretty good. Picard never punched me. Is that like a line or something? I'm not sure what the reference is. But Penis Head, a.k.a. Picard... He was good. He was good. I mean, I think there were parts of Picard that I liked, but there were a lot of parts I didn't like. I thought Janeway was cool. Like, I like Janeway because she definitely stood for,
Greetings.
you know, she stood by her morals. She had like kind of like morals that she was very steadfast in adhering to. Let's see, 14.
Del Natris.
So there's no follow-up here. I've got down the Scarlet Pass. So we got to turn these two quests in. Where's the one that... It must be after this. Must be after that quest then. And we haven't picked up these two either, so let's hit the vendor real quick. He punched Q? Yeah, I don't remember that. Although you could say that of every captain, though. He slugged Q. I don't remember him punching Q. Q was like a good character, but man, they really beat him to death. I felt like he was just utilized, maybe overutilized. Yeah, Tuvok, whatever. Yeah, I didn't like that character.
What brings you here?
I also didn't like the fact that every version of Star Trek always had to have like this like logical. It was either like a Vulcan or a robot. You know, we either have to have the robot or we have to have a Vulcan. I wasn't a big fan of that. It's like can't you be creative and actually come up with something new instead of just repeating the same shit that's already been done in every version of Star Trek? So that was a little bit annoying.
Be careful.
Oh, Tuvix. Oh, which one's Tuvix? Is that Tuvix? Who the hell's Tuvix? The name... Oh, I don't even remember. I mean, I don't even remember Tuvix. I don't even remember him. Tuvix, so stupid. I don't even want to see. I don't even want to look at it. It's so dumb. The problem with Voyager was Voyager was really hit or miss. Like some episodes were fantastic and some episodes were absolutely horrible. So it was definitely hit or miss.
Hello. Farewell.
Oh, it was Tuvok and Neelix? Yeah. Yeah. But there were certain episodes, I mean, even the original, yeah, Star Trek had some really, really bad episodes. Or if you think of like, if you think of Stargate, right? If you think of Stargate. What was Stargate called? What was it called? Stargate SG-1. Like Stargate SG-1, that was like that too. Stargate SG-1 had some really great episodes and some really bad ones. No, Strange New World had some eggs. The singing episode, which I must say I didn't hate the singing episode, but I thought the singing episode was a little bit much, where they all started singing. That's kind of silly. And the acting, especially in the very beginning, when they first did Strange New Worlds, I'm sorry. I'm thinking the Orville, like the Orville. Sorry. Strange New Worlds, yeah, actually, I agree with you on that one. I really like the captain. Actually, you know, we may have to. The captain of Strange New Worlds is fantastic. He's really good actor. Don't like his hairstyle though. I think that the big bouffant, whatever they're doing with his hair, needs to go away. But it always feels like they have to identify a Star Trek character by their hair. You know, like Picard had no hair. Janeway had the big swoop. You know, eventually she ended up with a big swoop, and now, you know, the new captain of, you know, Strange New Worlds has the big swoop hair. You know. Kirk, really, I guess Kirk had a pretty normal hairstyle. The Koreans do it. I wasn't really a fan of the singing episode, so. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the singing episode. Although that's a pretty common thing. Pretty common thing in TV shows nowadays to do some stupid singing episode. And I don't have a problem with musicals, but I think a musical should be a musical. I don't think a show that's a sci-fi should be turned into a musical. But whatever. Yeah, I really like Strange New Worlds. Oh, did Xena? Yeah, I never watched Xena. Xena was a horrible show. Sorry, I thought Xena was terrible. I thought Hercules was terrible. I thought Xena was terrible. And I'm someone who, you know, obviously I like sci-fi, I like fantasy, so for me to say it was terrible, you know, it was pretty awful. I couldn't really watch it. I just thought it was bad. I'll tell you the one thing that I don't like with Strange New Worlds though. Hey, Merry Christmas! The one thing I don't like with the Strange New Worlds was that stupid, like, potion that they drink to turn them into freaking, like, superhuman. You know, they, like, turn into Captain America because they drink this stupid potion. It was so dumb. It's, like, such a dumb idea. Like, that was really stupid. Like, they had, like, that liquid that they drink, and all of a sudden they're, like, martial arts experts, and they're going around and kicking everybody's ass. I'm like, what is this? Did you, like, drink the Captain America potion? Or there's actually other shows that have done certain things, but I just thought it was really dumb. Really dumb. Like, and the reason it's dumb is because if that's so good, why doesn't everybody drink it? Why don't we just make that potion for everybody on board the frickin' Enterprise? Or whatever the ship's called. And whenever we have a tough time when fighting anybody, we'll just all drink this potion and we'll turn into frickin' Captain Americas and beating the shit out of everybody. You know, it's just stupid. It's like a Mary Sue thing. It's like, instantly I can defeat everybody. You know, it's just... if they're going to do something like that, there has to be much more consequences. Well, yeah, but we never seen that. We haven't seen that. They've abused it pretty good. Well, they need to kill somebody off then. If you're going to do that, I need to see somebody die. Because all we've seen is them drink it and turn into, like, freaking Jackie Chan in a space episode, which just doesn't really fly for me. You know, I don't want to see Jackie Chan running down a hallway kicking the shit out of Klingons. They've used it multiple times, Laser. Multiple times. They've used it multiple times. They used it at least twice. Because the first time they used it, I didn't like it. The second time they used it, I really didn't like it. I was like, really? This is shit again? They used it once, and then there was a second time where they were going down a hallway, and there were a bunch of Klingons like, well, I guess we got to drink the potion again. You know what I mean? They used it multiple times. Anyways, it's off topic. I don't want to talk about that anymore. It's stupid. Stupid. It's stupid. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I don't like Mary Sue shit. It's kind of like, if we want to go down that path, which we probably shouldn't, but you open the door. If you want to talk about the Rings of Power, right? Like how bad the Rings of Power is, right? I will give Rings of Power one nod. Excellent wardrobe and excellent sets. Whoever does the sets for Rings of Power, great job. But they've turned, you know, you've got Galadriel. I love it. This one YouTuber calls her Guy Ladriel because they turned her into, again, a Captain America. Like she's like this superhuman. There's one part where like a volcano, like on Rings of Power, where like, I think it's like a volcano where like erupts or something. And this huge wave of fire comes across the village and just destroys and wipes out the village and kills everybody. And Galadriel just stands there and just laughs. Doesn't hurt her, because apparently she's immune to that. It was just like, okay, made no sense. And there's a really good YouTuber that talks about the Rings of Power. It's actually pretty funny. But yeah, the Rings of Power, it has so much shit that's just absolutely ludicrous. It's just so stupid. But if you can bypass all of that, bypass the lunacy of it, and just try to watch it as a stupid show that really kind of spits in the face of Tolkien, it can be entertaining, right? But yeah, it's bad. The shit they pull on that show is very bad. Oh, don't swim away. Don't you swim away. Oh. You mount your cooler while the motherboard was still in the case. I've never used thermal paste. I've never like reseated a processor or anything like that. Never felt the need. You were in a hurry? Yeah. That's what you get for being in a hurry. I do need to get a new computer though. I mean, my computer's still good, but I'm thinking next year though. If I'm still at the same company and if I get a bonus, I'll get another bonus, I'll get a new computer. I hate it when they run because they can you can't keep up with them once they start swimming. I don't have the patience to do any of that. I built a computer once, found it boring. I didn't really see the need to build. I mean, like, I didn't see the need. Like, it's just time consuming to get all the. You got to get all the parts. You got to make sure they work together. You got to take the time to put it together. It's just. It's like, why bother, man? It's like, why bother? Yeah, it can be an annoying island. Plus, you gotta worry. There's also the elite giants that walk around, and sometimes they'll walk up on the island. You know, I don't find it fun. I find it just kind of boring. I mean. I don't really find it fun. I could go to Cyber Power, pick out exactly the parts I want, and know that they're gonna put it together and it's gonna work. You know what I mean? And it's not gonna cost me. Like, actually, I have a guy. I've got a friend of mine. Well, it's not really a friend. I wouldn't call him my friend. He's a coworker, and he has in his life always put together and built his own computers for years and years and years. And this last year he needed a new computer, and he said he was kind of tired of having to research and get all the parts and make sure they all work well together and order them and get them. And you know, there's a lot of the problem with building your own computer from parts. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and there's a lot of moving parts, and you're typically, you know, ordering all these pieces. You know, you may order them all from the same first place and get them. You know, maybe you go to Newegg, maybe you go to Amazon, wherever you go. I don't know. And you may order them, but they're still individual pieces. They may not all come from the same place. But there's a lot of moving parts. So there's always the risk that something might go wrong in just getting everything, making sure each individual part works, you know, because, you know, so you got to make sure that they all work. And then you got to put it together. Then you got to make sure that maybe the motherboard's, you know, there's no issues with the sizing of anything. And so he said, you know, I've been building computers my whole life. And he goes, I'm tired. He goes, I don't want to do it this year. He's like, I just want to, you know. And the other thing is, another reason he's always built his own is he was always worried that he always thought it was cheaper. I'm going to save money, right? I'm going to save money. And I'm like, well, that was really true. Like, that was really true years ago, but it's not so true today. There's actually sites you can go to and have them build you a computer made out of exactly the parts you want, and it's not really going to cost you much more money. And maybe it'll cost you $50, you know, very little. And this is a person who's very, you know, he's a very stickler for money, right? And so he said, well, where do you go to buy your computer? And I said, I go to CyberPower. I bought like the last 3 or 4 computers from CyberPower. I go there, I pick out the parts I want, they put it together, they ship it to me, boom, done. And so he actually built himself a computer with all the parts he wanted. And he said that it didn't. He said if he would have built it on his own, he wouldn't have saved any money. He said it would have cost him probably the same amount of money. And he just got his computer like a week or 2 ago, and he's happy, loves it. And I'm like, just think how much time he saved. You know, think how much time he saved. Didn't have to get the parts, assemble it. Didn't have to worry about one piece maybe being defective. You know. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with building your own computer if you're trying to do something that maybe is not common, you know. But I'm just saying, don't build a computer just because you think you're going to save money, or you think that you can't get a good computer that's you know, built mostly to the way you want, you know. You go to CyberPower and you're going to have like, you know, 30, 40 different case options. There's going to be whatever you pick. I mean, you're going to be limited by certain parts, but that's just the way it always is. Like, depending on what type of processor you use, might be limited by the motherboard. That's true if you built it yourself. You know what I mean? So you pick your processor, you pick your video card, pick your motherboard, pick your case, and then there's just so many options. I mean, you can pick whatever fans you want. You can have LED fans. You can do custom laser etching. Have your name written on the side of the case in glass if you want. I mean, you just do anything you want. You know. But yeah, to me, like taking the time to get all the parts in the mail and sitting down and having to assemble it, I don't have the patience for that. I just don't. Oh, I'm sure they have. I'm sure everybody has. I'm sure everybody has laser. That's true of anybody, right? But a lot of times it's not even their fault. A lot of times stuff gets damaged in shipping. I had a computer come from CyberPower that was damaged in shipping. I shipped it back. They shipped me a new one, right? Liz, you're like my coworker Hayward. Like, you're one of these people that can never like not counter argue anything. Like, no matter what I say, you're gonna have an argument to the contrary. You're always that way. Every time I say anything, it's always an argument. Always like, whoa, they have eggs or this or that. If I said the grass is fucking green, you're gonna be like, no, some days it's yellow. You know, you're missing the point. The point is, I don't like to build computers because I find it a waste of time. I value my time more than, you know, I'd rather spend my time doing something else. So, but some people enjoy it, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to build your own computer, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But I've talked to people who are like, why wouldn't you build your own? You save money. I'm like, no, that's not necessarily true anymore. Let's see, what have I got now? One quest to turn in. Let me grab this other quest. You know, I didn't even notice it, but I actually hit level 37. I was so distracted by this stupid conversation. No offense. But I don't really like talking about building computers because I find it kind of... I see like doing that. Like, I mean, look, you're spending all this time trying to reseat a processor and repaste it. It's just like, to me, that's just a waste of time. It's like, but again, some people enjoy it. If you enjoy it, that's fine. But to me, that's just a waste of time. I'd rather be playing a game or petting my cats. It's like people who build, you know, oh, did somebody grab? Oh, did somebody see me level? I guess so. I didn't even realize I leveled because I was talking so much. I was like, we did level, so that means we can equip the Herod's shoulder here. Actually, kind of matches my tabard. But it's like people who build their own, you know, like who build like a deck. They're like, look at me, I built this whole deck on the back of my house, and I'm like, okay. Did I level on the beach? I didn't even notice. I'm like, whatever. Well, we got to get to 38. We got to get to 40. Once I get to 40, I want to start full clearing Scarlet Monastery. I think I'm probably gonna put the next 3 talent points into Righteous Fury, just so that when I hit like 40, we'll have the most threat that we could possibly have. I mean, normally what I would do if I'm not going to be tanking is I would just go ahead and finish out toughness or whatever, but I think we can go ahead and go into Improved Righteous Fury, just because I know I'm going to tank SM probably. And we can always respec, so we'll put it into Righteous Fury. And then when we hit 39, we'll have 3 out of 3 on Righteous Fury. That'll put us up to 19 points here. We got to get to 20. So once we hit 40, that's going to be 3 more, right? So 2. Man, we got to get 41 before we get Blessing of Sanctuary, which kind of sucks. We got to get 45 before really I feel like the Paladin's fleshed out the way I like it. You know, the way I like her to be. So. No, they would build it, improve it, and then move. Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to avoid all of that. Like me and my wife are trying to we're trying to buy a house in Tennessee, and so I'm trying. Like when I bought this TV, I bought a pretty inexpensive TV because I didn't want to buy a super expensive TV because I don't want to move super expensive things and risk them getting damaged in the move, and I don't really want to sink a lot of money into stuff that makes the apartment nice, so to speak. We actually bought these really nice leather chairs that I spent like $3,000 on, and my cats are just destroying them because they're clawing the shit out of them, and my wife's really mad. She's like, we shouldn't have bought them, and honestly, when she wanted to buy them, I didn't want to buy them. I was like, why am I buying super expensive chairs to put in this apartment? They're beautiful chairs, and I love the chairs, but my thought process is that once I get a house that I know I'm going to live in until I die, because that's probably what's going to happen. I'm old. I'm not like a young person anymore. So, once we get a house in Tennessee, and that's probably, I'm going to plan on living there until I go into the, 6 feet under, so I go into the grave. And then, so at that point, then I'll start sinking some money into, getting the things that I really want, getting like the nice, oak tables and oak dressers and stuff that's super heavy that I don't ever want to move, and I don't want to pay someone else to move it. But once I get in that house, and I'm not going anywhere, then I don't mind getting it. So yeah, I hope we can get a house in Tennessee in the next couple of years. That's the goal. I'm talking to my boss at work, trying to figure out if there's any way I can work remotely 100% of the time. I even told him, I said I'll fly down from Tennessee to Florida, and if I have to work in the office 1 week out of the month or something, I said I can do that. I said I can fly down here. My wife's parents live in Tarpon Springs. I'll fly down, stay with them during the week, work at the office. It would suck because I wouldn't be able to game at all. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, some people, they buy houses and then they fix them up and they sell them. They do it to make money. They'll buy houses and put a lot of effort and fixing them up and building on improvements, and then they sell them to make money. But yeah, it stinks because I could have bought a house years ago, and I just didn't because I was on my own. I was single, and I never wanted to buy a house, which was a big mistake. Don't make the mistake I make. Anybody who's watching this stream who is younger, don't make the mistake I made. One of the biggest mistakes I regret is buying a house when I was younger, when I was in my 30s. I could have bought a house, and because it's just the easiest way to save up money, to make money, is just buy property, man. Because it pretty much always goes. If you buy a decent house in a decent area, you're pretty much guaranteed you're going to make money on it. So I really screwed up and just was like, well, I don't want to buy a house because if stuff breaks, I don't have to pay to fix it. Let's say the toilet breaks or the roof leaks or we get termites or whatever. Oh, this is that. I don't like this quest. I don't like that quest. Let's go ahead and do the roundup. We'll do the roundup and the ghosts. Yeah, we're going to do these higher level quests, I think. Oh, they were moved by the company. Oh, I got you. Yeah, not much you can do about that. Not much you can do about that. So yeah, our next two, level 30, 38, and 39, we'll put talent points into Improve Righteous Fury. Then at 40, we'll probably put our 40 talent point into Toughness. Or if we want, if we're tanking, we could go Blessing of Kings. Which is a nice buff to buff other people in the group. And then at 41, we'll grab Blessing of Sanctuary.
Have a good one.
Yeah, executive relocation. Is it Soulbound? I think it is.
Hello. See you later.
Trying to think 37 if there's a better place we could quest at. I haven't done any. I do have this quest to turn. I haven't done any quests in Stranglethorn Vale. So Stranglethorn Vale is still a, there's a lot of quests here we can do. Being that I'm, approaching like 30, gonna be going towards 38. Dragon riding? I haven't played. Yeah, I don't play Dragonflight anymore. I mean, I don't really play retail. The only time I play retail is when I want to do PvP, because I still enjoy doing PvP in retail, because a lot of the spell animations and stuff look really nice. They've done a great job with the spell animations, and they've done a great job with some of the abilities in retail. They look really good, and some of the PvP is really interesting, because it's so different. The only thing about the PvP, the only thing about retail that's really annoying is you have so many abilities. Like, it can be really daunting to go into PvP and retail if you haven't played retail WoW in years and years and years, because there's so much to learn. Like, every class has so many new skills, and there's new abilities, new tactics, and it can be pretty daunting. I'm debating whether I should go. Now let's go ahead and finish, because if we finish this down the Scarlet Path, we can set ourselves up, for the questing. And there's also, let me see. I don't know how these guys knew I hit level 37. The Scarlets were one of the big failed promises of the Alliance story development. Really? I need to go check on my wife again. I need to make sure she's okay with, because I started playing WoW, and I did a bunch of stuff this morning. I took out the dog. Actually, I need to walk the dog. What time is it? Let me check my phone. I actually do need to take a break and walk the dog. It's 1 o'clock. He was out at I think 8 or 9 a.m. So it's about time for him to get a walk. There was a lot of potential simply not explored. I think what WoW has really proven, is that, I think Skyrim, if you look at Skyrim, maybe that's not a good example, but any game that has two factions, faction versus faction, and there's only two, I think you have to be really careful about the races you put in those factions, because if you look at the humans, they're mostly humanoid, right? Now they tried to fix it at one point by putting Worgans in, but I think one of the mistakes that Blizzard made was by not having more diverse races. And I think, it would have been a lot better if they would have had, for example, maybe gnolls as a human race, as a alliance race, or some sort of furry race. It doesn't have to be furry, but you get the idea, a race that isn't so humanoid looking. Why am I going this way? I guess we can cut across this way. I think if you try to think about all the races, the ways they could have gone, I think maybe ogres would have been a decent one. Make ogres as a playable race for the Alliance, and not the Horde. And then maybe throw in another one. I would have thrown in something like an ogre, and then maybe thrown in something like a serpent race, or maybe some sort of furry race. That way, you have because people a lot of times people might want to play the Horde simply because they're playing races that don't look so humanoid. They're a little bit more out there, a little bit more far out there. And I think that at certain times that's caused issues. The other thing that the big mistake they made was they made racials that were imbalanced. You know, there were certain times when the human racial was basically served as a PvP trinket, and so that a ton of people played humans just because of that. In fact, if you were a big PvPer and you rolled Alliance, you like 90% of them rolled humans just because of the trinket. So, you know, I would say that you definitely want to make the racials just 100% balanced. You know, if you want to make them, like for example, give humanoids a racial that increases their damage by 10%. Call it whatever you will. You know, make it like give a fantasy element to like a story or whatever. Try to, you know, to make it some sort of element that feeds into the story or the lore of the race, but make it be like a 10% damage increase. And then on the other faction has the exact same thing. They have a 10% damage increase, but it just happens to be for a different reason, you know. Let's say trolls have a 10% damage increase because they can enrage, and whereas like, you know, like I don't know, but see, it doesn't. When you try to think of a 10% damage increase for the Alliance, it doesn't really make sense because you can't really think of any of the races of the Alliance that why would they have 10% damage increase? You know what I mean? So they really kind of screwed that up. Well, I like the fantasy of it, and I'm not saying don't have the dwarves, humans, and elves. I'm just saying they should have added more races. You know, like a couple more. Of course, they were behind. They were on a deadline, and they were behind on. They were way behind. They were getting pressure to put the game out. So, yeah, the Horde racials were better suited for. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is like the racials didn't. There were definite pros and cons to the racials that made them not really balanced. You know. And this guy hits hard. I knew there was a reason why I don't attack these guys. Because they hit hard. See you, Laser. Have a good one, man. But I do think that the game could have been more, I don't want to say more successful because WoW was hugely successful, but I think it would have been a little bit more enjoyable if they would have had, I think the balance they wouldn't have had as much a problem with the faction balance if they would have made the racials 100% balanced.
Talk to me. Hurry back.
All right, well, I gotta take another bathroom break, and I'm gonna check on the wife. Actually, I think I'm gonna walk the dog, so I'm gonna take a break for like, I don't know, like 10-15 minutes, because I need to walk the dog. I also probably need to grab something to eat. I haven't eaten today. And it is, what is it, like 12 o'clock? Oh, it's 1:16 p.m. So, yeah, let me take a break for like 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to think of some like races. There's so many different ones you could come up with. And one thing I always like to do is I always look at Dungeons and Dragons for inspiration, because to me, Dungeons and Dragons is like really what kind of started the whole MMO thing. I mean, we all were playing. I mean, at least I was when I was a kid. I played Dungeons and Dragons. And we were playing D&D, and you know, we thought, and as computers became a thing and games became more of a thing, like electronic games, we all started thinking the same thing. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a graphical representation of our character as opposed to just having it on paper? And there really was no better way to do that than a video game, you know, putting into a video game. I think that's where MMOs, the idea really comes from. So when I think of inspiration for different character races, I always think of Dungeons and Dragons. There's so many various races and stuff. Like, let's see if I've got it. You know, there's the different dungeon. There's the Monster Manual, Monster Manual 1, Monster Manual 2. There's the Fiend Folio. Let's see if I've got it in here. I don't know where I would have put it though. Yeah, but even if you Google it, it's really easy to find. So if you start thinking about different character races that could have existed in WoW, you can simply just grab up like an old D&D monster manual and just start looking at different monsters that existed and try to think, hey, would any of these make an interesting playable character race? I think Fiend Folio is a really good one because they have some really cool ones. But you know, just going through here, you can find stuff. I've actually got a couple of really good books just behind me on my bookshelf on different possible monsters or characters that could exist within Dungeons and Dragons setting, and it's got all kinds of really interesting and unique ones. Like, oh, here's a Death Knight. This is really interesting. I've never looked. I didn't remember that indeed there was a Death Knight. But look, when a paladin that falls from grace dies without seeking atonement, dark powers can transform the once immortal knight into a hateful undead creature. So this really, when you read this, you can see where Blizzard got Death Knight from, right? You can kind of see the inspiration for the Death Knight, you know, and that comes right from Dungeons and Dragons Monster Manual, you know. So, I mean, like, can you imagine having like a character like this as a playable race, one that can wield multiple swords? Yeah. But I think like a spirit class would have been cool. A class that's kind of part ethereal, you know what I mean? Like a spirit would have been made for an interesting playable race. But anyways, it's always a fun exercise to just kind of look through this stuff. Anyways, I'm going to take a break. I will be back in like 15 minutes. And I'll see you guys then. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can knock out some of these quests. I had to walk the dog. I ran him until he... hopefully until he's worn out. Do they not have a search feature? Let's see. Dungeons and Dragons Christmas images. There was one Dungeons and Dragons Christmas image that I liked. We're going to go to Bing. Believe it or not, we're going to go to Bing.com. We're going to type in Dungeons and Dragons Christmas. Not card, although I should have got some Dungeons and Dragons Christmas. And let's see. I'm looking for a suitable Dungeons & Dragons Christmas picture to put in the Discord. Someone had posted a Merry Christmas picture. There's one that I actually post on my Facebook every single year for Christmas. It's D&D. But I don't know where the picture is. The reason what I do is, you know, how Facebook works. Like on like a year anniversary, it'll say, hey, you posted this last year at this time. And I usually just hit repost. So I end up posting like the same, you know, Christmas picture. Open incoming image. That's not going to work, is it? This is the picture I like as a Christmas picture. I think it's reminds me of old school Dungeons and Dragons. I thought that was the one I needed for the aged Kotoho, but he's not an aged one. So I'm going to reset him, because I actually need to tame him. Kind of sucks, I got to reset him. That's what you get for not paying attention. Lay down. Cyrus, lay down. Cat's being a pain. I don't know if I can attack these without getting, like, all of them. I thought I... yeah. So I thought I could... no, looks like I'm gonna get multiple. Well, let's give it a go. They're weak. Grind is real. The grind! We still have 8 more levels to go. Until I feel like this character's pretty strong. His shoulder looks nice with that tabard. I'm gonna put this in here for Bryn. I can't believe at level 59 she would need an item that's so low. That's a low level item for. I'm surprised that Caltheri would buy an item that low for when she's level 59. That's. Oh, jeez. Good old Rexar is walking right by me. It's a good thing they're not, you know, aggressive. But just think if I would have not seen it, man, if I wouldn't have seen him and I would have dropped Consecration, that could have spelled the end of me right there. That would have probably ended me. I don't ever remember him walking through here, though. Usually he walks... Maybe he comes from this camp, though. He probably comes from this camp and goes straight to the... Because he's usually walking along the road. Oh my god. Yeah, if I would have dropped Consecrate right there, that could have been the end. Let's do unit. Unit scan. Is that his name, Rexar? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna add him to unit scan because we don't want to accidentally. I don't know.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
These shoulders probably would have been an upgrade up until I just equipped those Haraj shoulders. Man, I got a long... That freaking satchel is so annoying. I don't think I'm going to do that quest. I could probably just... I think once I get down the Scarlet Path done, I'll go to Booty Bay and just do the opening Booty Bay quest, you know, the Hunter quest, the Killer quest. Ooh, lots of lag. Not sure what's lagging my game right now, but I've been having this issue for days now, and it's really getting annoying. Let me close down the Blizzard. I wonder if it's the Blizzard launcher. No, I'm just seeing it. Something's lagging my game. Ugh, Razor. Hey, I hate this app. And this is like the luckiest I've ever been looting these bones. Usually when I loot them, like a Kodo spawns like every single time and attacks me, but this time we've only gotten like, I think, 1 or 2 of them, which is really rare. Of course, now that I said that, for sure one's going to spawn this time. D6. Oh. One did not spawn. Amazing.
Yo! Glad I could help!
Okay, we got down the Scarlet Path and the ectoplasm. Ectoplasm. Let's go turn this quest in because it'll give us, I think, an upgraded neck piece. Maybe. I know it gives us a neck piece. It may not be a big upgrade though. I want to kill this. I'm doing a DPS test. Turkey test, as we like to call it in New World. Basically, we're just checking the DPS output. You can see it's pretty low, 48. $55. 56. So it looks like even right now, using a two-hand weapon does more damage. Let's verify. Verify the turkey test with another turkey test. Two-hand weapon. Of course, I wasted a lot of time pulling this mob back. That's alright. Still, I think I'll still come out ahead of the one-hand shield. Not by much, though. No, actually, it's less, 40. Actually came out less damage. I never even heard of the Exiles Guild, but they claim they're already 6 out of 8 on the bosses in Blackwing Lair. Wow. Wow, I never even heard of them. But if they're 6 out of 8 in Blackwing Lair, that's crazy impressive. Trying not to get one of these stupid frickin' elementals on me, because they do a ton of damage. Jesus. You just gotta love getting dazed. Vanilla WoW, like Dazed for Days came out. That saying, that phrase came from playing vanilla World of Warcraft, because you just constantly get dazed. Anytime you present your back to your enemy, if they hit you, dazed.
What's up? Keep it real. Be good.
Normally when I get this neck piece, I usually equip it, but I actually have a decent neck piece. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I've got 4 stamina, 4 intellect, 3 spirit. It's... Jesus. Can't even type without aggroing 10,000 mobs. Dazed for days, once again. I always hate going through this area because it's so hard to walk through without aggroing so many mobs. Grind. The grind. Nice lag spike there. Lots of lag spikes today. Cat keeps trying to lay in my lap. It's so hard to play WoW with a cat. And he's not a small cat, he's a big cat. He's like about 15 pounds. He's always trying to lay in my lap. Cyrus. Cyrus, god of the underworld. You cannot. Go on, lay down. That's why I got you I got you that bed right here so you would lay on it, not lay on me. The grind is real. Shit. And of course this stupid spawn. I hate this spawn because this mob actually summons a skeleton. And look how much mana this necromancer has. He's cast like 3 spells and it still has all that mana, you know. And level 39, 2 levels above me. You basically have to wait until he starts to summon. No. Oh, this is the Necro. Maybe this isn't the Summoner. Maybe that one's called Summoner. I don't know. Ah, the story of the Paladin goes. She fights the skeletons in Desolus, striving to reach greater heights of piety. From her humble beginnings, ordained by the Lord our God. I may have to go. I may have to go out with my wife. I'm not sure yet, but in a couple hours, I may have to run out. So we'll see. Cyrus, quit it. God, that cat's getting annoying. He keeps climbing under my feet. I purposely bought him a little bed under the desk so he could like lay on it, but he won't lay on it. He wants to like lay it under my feet, and it's like I have a footrest, and it's like I really can't. It's just so annoying. It's like you have a bed here. Oh, he's really bad. He's pissing me off. He's usually not so annoying. Well, that's not true. He's always annoying. Trying to pull just one of these guys, and they're all going to disappear. Yeah, they're all gone. I was trying to pull just one. And there's this jabroni coming up. He's level 42. I could probably take two of them, because they don't really cast spells. Did I get 2? I don't think I just got 1. Oh, man, I'm so mad that like lately, like last couple weeks, my game has had a lot of like frame drops. I haven't been able to figure out why. It's really annoying. Shouldn't. Honestly, I have not been able to figure out what's going on. I don't know if it's Blizzard did something with a client or if there's a specific add-on, but it's really annoying. You just. Oh well. Yeah, you see right there, there was some glitches.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
Slow grind. Time to get out of this zone. I'm not going to do the other quest. I'm not going to do Strange Alliance. Not going to do Brutal Politics. And Scepter of... Oh, we can do the Scepter of Light, though. I didn't even see myself pick that one up, but we can do that one. We're not going to do this one right now. Maybe some other time. Don't feel like doing that one. We'll do the Scepter, though. That one's easy.
What's up? Keep it real. Hurry back.
I don't know if I agree with that. He said Cata PvP was good, but at the end of the day, it was good because the raid Dragon Soul sucked. I never did the raid. I never raided in Cata. I did a lot of PvP in Cataclysm, though. But Cataclysm PvP was good because it was pretty balanced. At least, well, sort of. Retribution Paladins were very strong. Actually, Boomies were really strong, believe it or not. I just wish Season Discovery... I wish Season Discovery never happened, to be honest. That's about how much I enjoyed Season Discovery. I thought it was crap. I wish they never would have done it. I think it hurt... I think it's hurt... To me, at least it's hurt me. It's hurt my version of playing WoW. Like... I think Season of Discovery was something that wasn't needed. It wasn't really needed. I think if they wanted to come up with something that was kind of like Classic Plus, that certainly wasn't it, because that's not Classic Plus. It's not even close to Classic Plus. You know, Season of Discovery was like pulling all the people out of other versions of the game to play a version that's just temporary, that's kind of kludgy. It's just a bad idea. That's my opinion, though. A lot of people like it, I guess. I don't know. I think a lot of people just want to play something different. You know, if you go... I just think when a really good MMO comes out, you know, I mean, Throne of Liberty's pretty good. Here, hold on a second. My cat's. I'll be right back. Okay? Yeah. He's trying to look out the window, but the window wasn't pulled up high enough. He's all squishing down below the window trying to look out. You can stand up now, Cyrus. The window's up. Huh.
You can kiss your ass goodbye.
I'll be back in a minute.